Okay, guys, I'm back in YouTube. I have 100% confidence you're going to hear me. How's that? All right, guys. So, where's Skill? So, Skill had a pullback. You guys should hear me. You should be able to hear me now in our YouTube room. You should be able to hear me. I saw the mic was working. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on now. Thank you, Pepe. So, Skill, guys, Skill, I think had a pullback. Yeah, had a big pullback. Not shortable for me in Interactive Brokers, but I'm waiting to see if it maybe can reclaim the VWAP. Okay, get over the VWAP again, 725. And here's the RADX, guys, RADX. So it is trying to come back also. Okay, this is interesting to me on a short, guys. NAVN, this is an all-time low right now. NAVN is an all-time low. Showed up at 1258 right here. Price, of course. There's a potential short. The issue is, don't like the spread. Yeah, 1256, 1276. Don't like that spread. Well, it may not matter, but I don't want to take the chance. You know, when I see a spread like that, I usually just shy away. Okay, AMCI, guys, AMCI. So what happened when it resumed? It got halted at, ooh, so it actually got all the way up to 1435 and then pulled back. Got up here, 1435 or 1450 or so. Pulled back, still above the VWAP. Yeah, too bad. I would have loved to have shorted the NAVM, but I just hard for me to commit to it with the spread like that. Spread could tighten, but then it can widen, in the next instance. So I'm going to have to leave it alone. Too bad because it's an all-time low. And there's the AMCI, guys. AMCI. Okay, Slide Insurance. This is another one from our AI. We've got a lot of room, almost 1950. Next high looking left. Yeah, I see what's happening. I mean, the NAVN. Yeah, I mean the spread is tightening, but I just don't trust it. Okay, guys. Well, still a little distracted, but I think everything is going to be fine now going forward on the the mic issue, sound issue, etc. So what I will do now is go over my homepage, and the information you'll find on my homepage, including the scans, top lists, compare count windows, what I use in the pre-market, all those. So stick around for that. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off the first month only for the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. It doesn't matter whether you choose premium or standard, okay? Well, I ask if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the use of the promo code, so if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the room free. Scroll down a bit. Well, actually, right almost to the bottom. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, you've clicked on my homepage link, go to the education section, click on the more info, and scroll down a bit. Getting started with trade ideas. So Shadan, I don't know what you mean by that. You can only use the code once. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. The monthly discount is good for the first month only. Boy, AMCI, good. That is ripping still. So if you're taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing mandatory that you do this. The getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos. Okay, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, is this something I might want to at least try? Start off with that second video. Again, they're very short videos. Should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to at least try us on a first month. The month to month is not it's not a contract, so you can try us for a month. If you don't like it, just know. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. If you're new to trading, and if you're looking for, I'm calling my scans, but they're not all technically scans. You click on my homepage link. Scroll the middle section, scan. So this is what I'm currently sharing. So the gap continuation or reversal scan, which basically feeds me the information I like all day long, is right here. Okay. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is right here. This also, when this gets, sometimes this, I don't want to say gets boring, but sometimes, you're not getting any new alerts. This will be constant all day long. They're all real time, all real time. If you're looking for a couple of races, I have a large cap race and I have another race that is a wide open volatile race. I'm not using them, but doesn't mean you can't take a look at them. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. The halts resumed is over here. And then I do have a couple other scans that I'm not using, but doesn't mean you cannot take a look at it. Momentum scan and then the Pepe combo scan, okay? So this is what I'm currently sharing. Any questions? Don't be shy, and I should have prefaced the whole thing by, first of all, welcoming everybody into the rooms. Okay, I do apologize for the technical issues we had on Friday and yesterday and a little bit today. This is the format. So for those of you who don't know, you're sitting in our YouTube room. We do have another room called the trading room. A lot more active. More traders are in there. There's more interaction amongst traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want. Just answer Nihan first. Well, possibly the 1475 mark. Okay, he asked when could this open or what price could this open at? And that's the AMCI. 1475. It's halted at 1439. So this room, the trading room, is open at about 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. I try to open the YouTube room at around 8:30. I don't get on the mic for both occupy the room until about 9, though. And the reason this room is open at 6:45 is because Obi in the room is doing that for us. I'm not on the mic, and there's no screen sharing until about 9, but there's still activity in that room. And then I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, so at all times Eastern. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But even when I leave William in the trading room, most of the time we'll keep the room open after I leave. It's up to him, and both the gentlemen don't have to do this, but they do. Okay. So William usually lets me know what time, and he's saying 3:45. Okay, 3:45. So even when I leave, the main room is open. I have to shut YouTube down completely. So if you have questions, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask your questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. Okay, oh boy, this is another interesting one. Now, the other thing you should know is that I've taken this scan, this gap continuation or reversal scan. I want to go over this in detail. And what I've done is I've created, okay, I've created the don't repeat version of it. Okay, so notice here, you see CLPT. Every time it made a new high, you're going to see the alert. Here, though, you'll only see it the very first time, the time that it happened, and the price it happened at. So I can go back and say, okay, what happened from there? So you can see that CLPT, the alert was at 1416, it's at 1423 now. So you can look at this, oh, well, it hasn't jumped so much. Maybe I can still take it. Or later on in the day, maybe it goes back to that level. But this is the don't repeat version of this. You can see NABN. I mean, again, I wish if the spread had been tighter, I would have been all over this. But here it is, 1258 to short it, and and it got down to 1230 anyway. So this is the don't repeat version of this. If you want to know how to create it, just let me know. Very simple to do. So AMC, yeah, just opened 1439, and it pulled back just a little bit. So it's still, I mean, there's no there's no chart resistance. And this is in the popular sector right now, the robotic sector right now. All right, keep an eye on the RZLV, guys. I mean, it's not really doing anything, but it still was obviously super active in the pre-market. It has pulled back underneath 3, and so the underneath the 200-day, I think. Yeah, there's the 200-day moving average. So I'm going to put a price alert there again. Excuse me, again, and it might take that out later. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts that I've got. Now, Tandem is another potential short. Ooh, too late, maybe 22.49, and it just dropped. It just dropped. Yeah, it's. I mean, the alert was okay. The next low looking left is 21.38. So there's room. I mean, there's over $1 for that next low. But we're starting to see what is the market doing? The market's down, a little bit. Now's down. Keys are down. Not much. High is down a little bit. We're starting to see a lot more stocks on the potential short side in this scan right here, the gap continuation or reversal scan. Yeah, cannabis. There's ACV. I know you guys were talking about the cannabis stock. ACV, MOSO. Let me take a look at MSOS. Yeah, still super strong. I mean, 10% now. Now pulled back yesterday, so that's one reason why. But still, this is all maybe you're going to legalize like marijuana changes. Look at oh man, now look at the spread. Now, had you been this, had that, even that, I mean, 5 cents, had it been like that, I would have taken the trade. Now, see how it's tightened? Oh, well, you can see it right here now. RNW, how about RNW? What's this one doing? Good old chow. Is that still around? Yeah, well, it's up over $1 now on the bounce. I remember you did a fabulous job, Paul, on it on this day here, or this day, I don't know, maybe it was that day, I guess. Yeah, this day right here, the bounce. That was on December 10th. Yeah, you did a great job on that one. How about Vero? Okay, well, it's on the re-entry. Uh, you know, I've missed it because this whole thing. I'm just going to say one thing. Never, unless you absolutely have to, never do a Windows reset. Never. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so Vero, yeah, I mean Vero, yeah, the alert. Well, it actually got stopped out, and again on the reentry. So those of you with the AI, okay, please just have this window open, the strategy trades all, okay, and make sure you've got the reentry columns here, because there was a great reentry at 228. It hit the stop, and it came back, and so from 228, I mean, it got up to 280. Now, no, I mean, I'm not going to take it now. I mean, it's just so, I don't know what would have to do for me to take this. Probably pull back a little bit more. So Pepe, just what I'm going through, all my sound alerts were turned into the computer beep or chime. Every single sound alert. That's a good question. Don't know. I maybe not. Well, I can tell you, you're right. I'm not on a dev build. I'm not on a dev build. Meanwhile, the market is just yuck. Well, yuck. I mean, it's down 2.5 points. It's not. Well, let's take a look at the SPY again. Let's take a look at the SPY and what is it actually doing on the daily. Yeah, I mean, it's pulling back. Weekly, I mean, this is maybe a pretty interesting level for it to try to hold right here. If it doesn't hold that, then 61 is the next area. Hmm. Okay, last time I whined about NAVN, but what a great short. Okay, guys, here's another one. CMCSA, Comcast. Had a nice little run this week. Well, 2 days. Next high looking left is at 29.70. Still some earnings plays, William, that I'm seeing. So, well, actually, I didn't even know that this, but well, I should just look. So NAVN is actually an earnings play. Another reason why it's moving down. No big earnings plays that I can see on mine anyway. When I say big, this is CSPI. It's not big. I'm just looking for a price and this is TSPI, no volume. I'm going to say a price, like a higher price, the highest price earnings play I see. Okay, guys, keep an eye. I'm just seeing a little bit of a move on the RZLV. Okay, a little bit of a move. Okay, a little bit. See that little move? A little move. It's holding the VWAP, trying to hold the VWAP right there. The problem is that the 200-day moving average is still pretty close. So I wouldn't take it yet, but you can see the little move, some volume trying to come in. A ton of volume, 32 million. The big float though. So that's a impressive move, 27% with that float. It's basically an earnings play. Yeah, it may as well be. They're talking about they're reporting preliminary December revenue results, and obviously the market's reacting very well. Okay, guys, TNDM. I mean, this is looking weaker and weaker. TNDM showing up in the. Let me go over this, by the way. Okay, I should just for those of you who don't know what this is all about. This is what we call a multi-strategy window. That's why there's an M there. This is an alert window. That's why there's an A there, and these are all real-time alerts that you're seeing. Okay, everything is real time. And this is going to torture me today, the NAVN, for not shorting it. But anyway, so if I right-click on it. In the body of it. You see, I hover over strategies. You see that we've got 4 scans in here. So what is the purpose of a multi-strategy window? If you only say have one monitor and you've got three or four alert windows, you can take them all and put them into one window called a multi-strategy window. So the normal use of it is for screens. If you don't have a lot of screen space, okay, it just allows you to put a bunch of alert windows. And now you shouldn't have so many anyway, but you don't want to get inundated with alerts and clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. But that is the purpose of a multi-strategy window. Now, I don't have a problem with screen space, but what I do like to do is maybe take a similar scan. Yuck! I had a price alert probably from last week on this buy, but let me get back to this. So what I like to do is take similar scans and put them into a multi-strategy window. Obviously, these are all gap scans. So there's a gap up and go. So what does that mean? It's got gapped up. And remember what the gap is. I know I repeat myself every day, but there's always new people. The gap is the first trade of the day. Okay? That's the first trade of the day. So it has to be a certain amount, a certain dollar amount, and also a certain percent for it to trigger. There are other filters in place, of course, but that it has to be a gap. And so the gap up and go meant that it gapped up sufficiently, and then it went at the time of the alert, it was making a new high for the day. Now, does it mean that just because you get the alert, it's going to keep moving higher? No. It just at the time of the alert, is what was happening. That's the gap up and go. The gap down and reverse, stock gap down, and then started to reverse. The gap up and reverse, gapped up, and then started to reverse. And then the gap down and go, like the NABN, gap down and kept moving down at the time of the alert. Now, when you look at the market and look at what the market is doing right now, pretty hard to get solidly behind maybe a gap down and reversal play when the market is just doing that. Okay. I mean, I don't think you don't have to have the market zipping higher necessarily, but you don't want it to be doing this, in my opinion, and trying to play a reversal. Okay. So that's why right now, like gap down and goes and a gap up and reverse probably are working pretty well, because you're looking at the market and look what the market is doing. So now you don't have to have them all checked. You see, if you only want it now, I like to see them all checked because just because something is a gap up and or say a gap, let's say a gap, a gap up, or say a gap down and reverse. Okay, a gap down and reverse. It might reverse again down. Okay, especially if the market does this. So I like to see all of these all day long because they could be setting up at different prices all day long. This is my way of explaining that a lot of you don't only want to go long. So in theory, these two, the gap up and go and the gap down and reverse, those are two long opportunities or suggestions. So if you don't want to go short at all, you just uncheck this. Okay. Conversely, if you're just looking for reversal plays, stocks that reverse either from the high side, gapped up and then reversing, or gap down and reversing, you would uncheck these two, and you would just have the reversal plays. Okay, it's up to you. I like to see them all day long. Doesn't necessarily mean just because I gap up and go that well I can short it at any point. Very good. Mm, you hear me whispering. Thank you. So, guys, again, if you've got questions, do not be shy. I'll do the best I can to answer questions that are trade ideas related, and maybe some trading questions. I'm not a swing trader though. Now, if it's an accounting question, I more than likely will not be able to answer that. The reason being is that I do not have access to your account, but I can direct you to people who can. Okay. I'll just ask one more time again, guys. The audio is still good. Still good. Both rooms. Just want to make sure. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Now somebody asked about Vero. Okay. Great. Obi is my real test case because usually his computer is so old and clunky that if there are any audio issues, he's always going to have them. Um, so somebody was asking about Vero before. So let's see what Vero is doing now. It's pulled back a little bit. Didn't get that close. Well, sort of to the VWAP. 244 got down to the VWAP area. Kind of holding it. Mm. You are right, Riley. So now you know me. I would never take this unless it got over. Well, first of all, there's the next high looking left, 486. There's that red line. The next high is five. You know, to me, it's just a little bit too close. You know, to first of all, I wouldn't take it unless it broke that, obviously, and then five, the whole number. I think that's a pretty psychological number to get through. And if it did get through that, there's still 516 to contend with. Now, the monthly chart looks a lot better, of course, and maybe even on the weekly. Not really. You know, the weekly and the monthly looks a little better if it can get through 516. Now, this has never been shortable for me, AMCI. Not that I wanted to short it, but it was, well, I would have if it was setting up for me, but has not been shortable for me. So the high. Now, this is one of those ones that later on in the day, if it takes out the high of the day, you never know. It could just keep ripping. All right, guys. Yeah, the RZLV is teasing us right now at $3. Okay. Now, see, Riley, I don't see a new high being made. So Riley, getting stuck, just underneath five so far. RILY. Now, AMCI. Still okay. Now, here's a nice level, maybe taking out if it can 1430, 1430. You can see in the 2 minute chart, on the 5 minute chart, you can see a bunch of action around that area, 1430. So if you get some volume popping it through, that could get it going again for the AMCI. Moment, guys. Guys, the RZLV is getting closer to the 200-day moving average. You can see what's happening. It's trying to you see how the wave is transition from the orange to the blue. And again, if anybody wants to understand about what the wave is all about, just let me know. This is part of our standard service, okay? The cloud wave formation, part of the standard service. So I can show you how you can activate it on your charts if you want. Ah, and you're right. Look at that. The FX is there, PJ, not PJ, Pepe. As I had to reload trade, I had to download the program, and I did it from the website. In my break, I'm going to download the latest nav version. You know what? I won't do that. I'll wait till I get out of here. 'Cause if I do that, I'm gonna lose all this. This is my watch list for the day, guys. Yeah, well, thank you, PJ. Yeah, it's so frustrating on my end when that happens. Wow, 472 lifetime low. Wow, lifetime low. There actually are shares available. Don't like this price. 466, 482. It's just not a spread. Now the NAVN, of course, didn't matter, but that one might matter. It's a lot cheaper, and I don't see power grid receives regulatory approval. So it looked like good news, but market is not reacting that way. So here's another one, guys. If you have our AI, please make sure you've got the reentry column up and running, okay? If you don't know how to do it, just let me know, okay? Because I'm looking at another one. It was a short opportunity for NKTR, okay? It actually hit the stop, and then you had an opportunity. If you didn't take it the first time, you had an opportunity to get it at 48.20. So we're at 47.14 right now. I mean, that's a nice little $1 move so far, and who knows where it's going. Now the next low on the daily chart is where? Let's see it. The weekly chart. So it looks like 47.60. So actually, it's below that. So next low, yeah, $39 or so. So $39. There's a ton of room for NKTR on a weekly chart. I think it's going to get there, guys. RCLV over three, closing in on the 200-day moving average. RZLV. And there we go, guys. Okay, so sorry. There is the All this stuff changed. Okay, I want to get rid of all the triggered. So just because it triggered doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade immediately. I just wanted to know if it gets back to the 200-day moving average, which it is sitting at right now, 309. Remember now, this is a big float, 135 million in the float. I mean, it's trading a huge amount, 12 times normal, but it's going to we're going to take a bunch to move this because of that float. All right, here's another alt resume mega. Yeah, right. I can't even remember this one. Mega Fortune. Not much volume. It just resumed. All right, now there's a pretty big pullback for AMCI. Let me see where it's pulling back into an interesting. Well, there's the VWAP now. Okay, there's the VWAP. So it's just it's sort of well, it's at the VWAP right now. Again, draw your attention to the reentry price for Vero. Okay, 228. Now, let me see what happened here. There was your original alert was at 941 right there. Yeah, so you can see what happened. You had the alert at 231, 231. Yeah, it got up to 235, but then it came back down and it hit the stop. It hit the stop. And then after that, you got halfway between 224 and 231. It happened to be 228. So if you miss it the first time, or even if you took it the first time and obeyed your stop and got out, you could have taken it at 228. Now, it gave you a lot of opportunity to do it. Look at 228. Look at the price at 228. Got up a little bit, down, up, and then after, look at that from 228 to 282. I'm not saying this is going to happen all the time, but you had definitely an opportunity, even if you just wait for the reentries. Like just don't even just disregard the original alert and wait to see if there's a reentry. Okay, you're not see there are three of them today. Not necessarily will you get that many or any in any given day, because what has to happen, the stock has to hit the stop at any time during the day, and they get halfway between the original entry price and the stop. That's when you do get a reentry price. And of course, on the short side, it's just the reverse because 48.20 is halfway between the original entry, 47.49, and 48.91. So if you missed it the first time, or if you didn't want to take it, you just wanted to wait to see if you get a reentry. But notice there are three other that have not hit. There's no reentry because, well, what would have to happen here? 1810, it would have to get down to 1756 at 1828 now. So more than likely it won't, but if it does, then it gets halfway between. If you don't have the reentry column, please add it if you have our AI. Cannabis play, guys, GRWG, cannabis play, sheet one. Big move on the index. Speaking of that, look at that. That's a big 10.8% move. Now, a lot of that is because it pulled back yesterday, closed down here, but still, it's at least maintained. So I don't know what it means. I mean, I living in Canada, I'm not completely aware of all your cannabis. I mean, I have an idea. So what is in theory supposed to happen if this all goes through? Totally legal, every state, so no issues ever again. I mean, is that what the idea could be? I mean, this has been floated out there for years in the states. Hard to believe. So in Canada, in October of 2018, October of 2018, cannabis was completely legalized in our country, all provinces, all federally. So there's none of this issue about states, states having different rules, regulations. So it's just a reschedule. So that's not the same. Okay. Okay. So it's still this rescheduling. And so taking it out of it's as powerful as heroin or some of the whatever the schedules are. So it's still not completely going to be made legal. Okay. So when you say illegal on a federal basis, so that has more to do with banking and stuff, or at any rate, all we can say is that the MOSS on that initial news last week, or can we call it news or just a tweet? So what I want to do now, though, guys, and I want to do this every day. I want to do it a little bit earlier if I can remember. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. Ooh, a little bit different. Dot channel bar. Now you see, here's the show more. So dock channel bar, go down to the sector status right here, at the bottom. Okay, so it looks the same. Okay. So what this is showing you, these are the major sectors. Okay. Okay, William. I had a hunch that might be true. Okay, so these are the major sectors. Now look at this. The only sector that is positive, okay? Positive meaning above yesterday's close is XLC. That's the communication sector. That's the only one. Every other sector, you can see because it's in red, doesn't mean they're down like crashing, but they're below. Friday's close. Oh, Friday. Monday's close. Yesterday's close. Okay. So the only positive sector as we speak is XLC. So if you were thinking of it taking, a communication stock, well, I mean, it's not that it's wonderful. I mean, only half of them are above yesterday's close, but at least that is the best sector. I'd be more like let's take a look at the worst XLE. So energy. So energy is down 2.5%. So the energy sector is very weak today. So let's take a look at XLE. Every single stock is down from yesterday's close. That's what that 100% means. So if you scroll down, you're going to see the worst one, and that's APA. Okay, APA is the worst performing in our list of XLE stocks. Okay, worst performing, 100% of them. Energy is taking a hit today. You can see, look at utilities. Utilities. I mean, it's only one stock that's, and I'm not saying it's ripping above yesterday's close, but it's above yesterday's close. So I'd probably take a look and say, well, what's the worst one? There's AES. It's the worst one. Um, just want to see if there's anything. So you could look at this and say, well, okay, how about? I mean, here's now CEG a little bit above. You might look at DTE and go, well, okay, this is running counter to the sector. I wonder why. Is there news on this one? So that's an exercise that, I mean, for some of you this may be all you want to do. You may not want to do anything else other than looking at the major sectors, especially if you're looking for more larger cap stocks, and just tracking to see, okay, what's the best one in the sector? What's the worst one? Um, here's healthcare. It's surprising. Okay, a lot of healthcare stocks. I mean, 90% of them are down. 10, again, down from yesterday's close. They're not going to be down a lot. But here's the worst one, BHP, down 2.7%. You might want to look at that one all day. Here's the best one. There are several that, for whatever reason, ZTS is up. It's up 2.3%. You can also check on the open. What are the ones that have moved from the open? Remember what the open is. It's opening trade of the day. So sometimes you can see a stock that is down from yesterday's close, but it's actually above the open. I don't see one here, but so again, this might be of interest to some of you who aren't as keen on the super volatile stock, more looking for large cap plays. So as I said before, XLC is a strong sector, is the strongest one, not crazy strong, but it's the only one that's positive. Well, XLY now just one. So that's industrials. I'm sorry, not sorry. Consumer discretionary. Sorry. So I wish this had more room. This is showing up. You can see it showed up here. Gilt at 11:52. It hasn't moved. Okay, really hasn't moved. I'd be interested in that, especially a little pop up. But when I look left, the next low is 11:23 or 28 or so. It's pretty close to 11:53. So it becomes something I'm not as interested in. I'm always talking about looking left. So if I want to short something and I look left on the daily chart, I want to see that there's a lot of room to that next low. And of course, it depends on the price of the stock. So 11.53, if the next low was, $11, that's not bad. If I'm looking at Apple and it was the next low was 53 cents away. It's not as great because of, the price of Apple. Look at, the RZLV just will not pop through the 200-day moving average with any oomph. You look what happened. Got right into it again. Got right into it again. Yeah, I keep putting my price alerts. And see if it can, take it out, and then really, it would still have to take out this 326. But if it does take out 326, then the next high in the daily is 374. So that's what makes it attractive to me. This weave is just not looked like it was maybe going to have a little recovery day today. With wave life, and I we call it weave, but look what's happening. Look what happened. I mean, it got into the VWAP, was struggling to get through, and finally a rejection. And the next low is Monday's low is 1595. So a little bit of room to 16. So there's a pretty decent move for Cure, guys. QURE. Okay. Original alert, 10:01. About an hour ago. An hour ago. Some of these, take a lot. You got to have patience. 2102 on the short, and we're talking now 2057. 50-cent move. I mean, not and looking weaker. Okay. I mean, it's still looking weaker. One moment, please. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. O'Reilly is testing 5 again. As RZLV testing that 200-day moving average again. The market. So now gap down and reversal plays may start working a little bit, okay, with the market, assuming the stock pulls the market a bit, okay? Because now look at the SPY. The SPY is at the VWAP right now. Let's see if that can poke its head above that. You guys and your chow, good for you. Chow is again holding the VWAP. VWAP's around 102 or so. Let's say a dollar. But remember, for those of you who haven't seen Cal before, I mean, this was a devastating day, obviously, but hammered down. So for all the reasons it went down, they're still there. But it has been a nice little, you can time it, nice little bounce play. Now, I should be looking at, you know what? I should be looking at NAVN, and I mean, okay, as a potential bounce, okay? So even though, yeah, there was a fantastic gap down and go, but, at some point it may bounce. And now it probably have to get above the VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert there. Just EDHL guys, what's happening on this one? Just bringing this to your attention. This is a cheap one. I do have another tree map, another monitor that I guess the minimum is 50 cents. And I have that up because I know there are some of you out there that don't mind playing stocks under a dollar. So here's EDHL. It just poked its head above 50 cents. Okay, guys, is now the time. Is now the time. It's at right above the VWAP. Sorry, the 200-day moving average. 309. It's just looking to get above that. The next challenge will be that 326. If it accepts and beats that, then you've got a lot of room. The volume is still, not bad for RZ, LV. surprised. There's not that many shares to short for Tilray, TLRY. For me anyway, Interactive Brokers, 55,000. That could be a lot more. All right, now listen, I could be completely wrong about the Riley, of course. It's taking out five. The next high, that red line is 517. That is ah, I'm not going to get the support and resistance. That's right, because I'm not on that dead version. Man, that RZLV just does not want to really power through. This might be one later on in the day, guys. Though the float is so big that it's going to take a lot of to maintain the enthusiasm to get it through. Okay, that little rally, maybe short-lived, guys. You can see what the SPY was doing right at the VWAP. See that purple line, mauve line. That is the VWAP. So got a little bit above it, but it's an area. So it looked like it really held it. And now moving down again. Again, guys, Cure still is moving down off that alert. What's the float for AMCI? And rhetorical question. Yeah, that's what I thought. So very low float. So I mean, yeah, I mean this could. I mean, it's trying to hold the VWAP. This could have that pop in the afternoon based on that float. 47 million have traded, 294 times normal. Give me a moment. Hi, robot penny play. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I'm not scoffing at you, Toby. But yeah. So the nonsense that happened when it got up to 567. Okay. And then they declare bankruptcy, going through the bankruptcy. Now, is it Chapter 11 or is it full bankruptcy? I can't really remember. Okay, so ALCI, so Efizi, Efizi, I'll try to answer your question. Okay, that's the trade wave buy flag. So give me a moment. I'll just load AMCI, not A. Okay, what time frame are you? Okay, doesn't really matter what time frame you're on. Well, I think you're on a 1 minute, aren't you? Yeah. So the buy flag is trade wave. Okay, you probably have a wave on your chart, right? Yeah. So that's what it is. It's just a suggestion that have to do it right then and there, but that's what it is. It's a buy flag of the trade wave. So, for instance, let me find another one. So down here, right there, buy flag. Okay, so if you looked at this and thought for Riley, if you looked at this and thought, okay, the transition has gone from now orange, and that's why you get a buy flag there. It's transitioning to mount. Does it mean it's going to keep doing this all the way up? It's a buy flag, okay? But don't just because you see a buy flag, just pile into the trade. It's just basically on something like this, it's telling you that the transition now has gone from orange to blue. Orange is weak, blue is strong. So it is trying to transition. Does it mean it's going to continue like this every single time? Of course not. If it were that easy, every time we saw a buy flag, just do this, and trading would be super simple. But that's what it means, and it appears automatically. There's nothing you don't have to do anything. And on the flip side, the sell flag would be a potential short. You can see, here's probably hard to see, but there's an S right there, the sell flag, and meaning that the trend was starting to weaken. You can see the sell flag for sure. If I move this back, look at the sell flag for Cure. Okay, right here at 23:30. Now, does it mean it was going to do this? I mean, but that's amazing, isn't it? I mean, 23:30, and now it's at 20:39. So again, it is. I don't use TradeWave so much to to see the buyer or the sell flag. Okay, if I happen to get into a trade, if I happen to maybe looking at something and the buyer sell flag appears, okay. But for me, like for instance, I could have got into this short. Say I really like this short of PURE right here at 22.35. So maybe I was thinking it was going to break down a bit. If I take it, now I'm following the wave down. I'm following the wave down. Okay. And so no reason to get out of the trade in its entirety. It wasn't a matter of my seeing a sell flag. It's just that, when I get into a trade and I'm just following the wave there. Now, the 2 minute chart is a little more choppy. 5 minute, the higher the time frame, it's not going to be as choppy. Yeah, I just wish this had more room. I mean, the gilt, I mean, I love it. The wave has been down a little bit of, well, now it's more like a little wave, okay? But what you really want to see is something like this, like the wave is just continuously down. But my problem with it is that low is 11.25. It's 20 cents away. It's just too close for me. Now, if I knew that it would get right down there, and I could get the short at 11.48, and I could take as many shares as I want, sure. But I just don't know what's going to do that. Give me a moment, guys. Give me one more moment, guys. All right, guys. I just did a confirmation. So Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room again between 12 and 1. Double duty. He was in yesterday. Of course, Monday is his normal day, but he's also going to do today. So it is now 11:19. So when I take my break in about 40 minutes from now, Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room. Before I leave, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over to Chris if you want. Okay, guys. Now I have. This is what I mean. Okay, this not getting too many new alerts in the gap scan. So this now, and look at this. Not getting anything really new here either. Remember, this is a ticker. So the last one was CVAC, making a new low. And the Vero, yeah, I mean, you could have. I mean, the Vero now is messy, very choppy, very choppy. I have this one for whatever reason. I have this one thumbnail of Elva. I think when I was thinking I might be able to get into the room yesterday, I think, let me clean this up a little bit. So Elva, I think had a decent day yesterday with some kind of, well, a few days ago, this was an earnings play. Okay, Elva, ELVA. Well, Paul, I do admire you. You know, you've been in this room as long as I can remember, and I know, yeah, it's not easy if you have to make money in the market to to pay for everyday expenses. Yeah, Weimar. So it is now over a dollar. Next high looking left, almost there, 107, 107. If it can get through 107, 134 is the next. And that's going to be the same as on the weekly chart. Yeah, so there is a little bit of room, and it just got halted. It just got halted. So let's take a look and see what could happen. So there's the halt, 105. VMAR, you can't see the symbol, but it is VMAR. So this call, I'm trying to tell you potentially where it could open. No big clue. If you're unused, if you don't know what halts are, it's halted, a very simple definition, went up too fast for a period of time, price increase in a short period of time. It's halted because of what's called volatility, and typically they are 5-minute halts. And it's a program that kicks in. It's not somebody sitting there going, ah, I'm going to halt that one. Chow, chow, chow. Yeah, chow. Another little move for chow. I have that one thumbnailed out of curiosity. I'm only in one is the one trade, guys. I mean, oh, look at the Riley. So it didn't listen to me. So Riley flew through. There's the next high looking left, 526. Okay, on a daily chart right there. And next high after that, I think it's 585. I think it's going to be the same. So yeah, I took that cheer short. And that's all I've done. And I'm using the wave. Okay, I'm using the wave to keep me in the trade. The ideal situation, if you look at a 5-minute chart, okay, the ideal situation is a narrow wave. Okay, so if you're short, where the top of the bars still maintain contact with the bottom of the wave, and it doesn't get too parabolic. For me, that's what I've noticed since I've been, following this. Okay, that's what I've noticed. And you can take some off. You start to see maybe the bar popping above the high of the wave, but still maintaining the color. Boy, AMC, yeah, AMC is now don't look as good. Who's the guy in the room absolutely pumping the heck out of it? I can't remember what his name is. Boy, another, R and of course, I'm just kidding. RZLV, guys, RCLV still easing at that, 200-day moving average. I have it thumbnailed on my other, monitor, so that's why I know what it's doing. So even though you got a buy flag there, but you had a sell right there, okay? And I mean, it's just been a little bit choppy. Whoa, there's the. So now, if I had shorts available for this one, I'd be shorting this one. I just don't have shorts available. AMCI. This is now a gap up and reversal play. I just don't have shorts available. But now, these are the type that really start to give it up. And multi-dollar moves down now. It's still at $4. So every time I see Cure up here, this is going to make me happy. As I say, every time I see Cure here, that's going to make me happy. Now, 20 could be tough, okay? But look at that. Nice. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume that came into to this one. And of course, downside volume. So the next low looking left is, way down there. It's still $1 to the next low. But 20 could be very hard to get through. So the closer it gets, and you see how now it's getting a little parabolic. So I'm watching this like a hawk at 20, okay? Okay, I have covered some just over 20 in case I cannot get through 20. But I'll hold on because I mean it hasn't transitioned to blue. Not talking about the bar, but to the wave itself. Jemmy was a big one from last week. Not showing up in any of my scans, I don't think, because the relative volume is too low. That's why it's not showing up in most of my scans. Yeah, I mean VMAR moving like heck. I mean it pulled back to 60 cents. Looking at a 5-minute chart, it pulled back to 50 cents, 60 cents right here. That's on a 15, on a 2-minute chart, though. It pulled back down here. We got up to $1, pulled back to 58. But you see, you got a buy flag, a sell flag, a buy flag. I mean, that could have just easily have, but it got through the VWAP. I mean, that was a big thing. Okay, guys, 11:32, so about 30 minutes. So remember, if you have questions, please don't be shy. At some point in time, we all started out new in trading, okay? So if you have questions, especially about, trade ideas itself, I mean, that's where I'd like the focus to be. But I mean, if you're, general market questions, I'm not a market technician, and I'm not a swing trader. So XLE was the worst performing sector. So let's see what it's doing now. Yeah, so you can see from the get-go, XLE, energy sector, moving down. OCG, okay, Cole, let's take a look at your OCG as a potential gamble play. We got another one that I didn't realize it was that far down. Yeah, remember last week? I mean, ridiculousness of getting up to 20, and then the next day down to a dollar closing. Yeah, the following day that would have been two different. Well, last week at some point, yeah, it did pop, but yeah, I mean, how much further can it go? I guess zero, but yeah, you're not going to find it there via Terra. Just accept it. It's the next. I think it's just looking at the next high or low. Okay, that T. The bottom line is the formula works. Okay, as long as you've clicked on something that's made a new high for the day, it's just looking at it. It's just looking at the I guess the difference between the price and the next low. It, I don't think there's any probably nowhere in the documentation, but just accept it. Okay, I mean whether you know exactly what I even if I don't really even if I don't know exactly what it means, you have to accept the fact that yeah, thank you, Pepe. There's no documentation on it. You just have to accept the fact that that formula works in order to find the next high or low. Because price is the current price, okay? And I have to assume that somehow the equal P is able to look left, okay, to see where the next high or low is. Okay, that's what I have to assume on the daily chart. Okay, that's what I have to assume because that's the only way that makes sense. Because yeah, so the change, yeah, change since the next high low level. Yeah, I can't if there are other ones and many hidden formulas, not sure. I don't know the other ones you're talking about, but often wondered about it myself, the exact, definition of equal P, but never really get an answer. So, you know what? I just accept the fact that it works, and so I don't know if you can even use it in any other formula, perhaps. Again, I'm not dismissing the fact you want to, you'd like to know, but I can't help. Pepe is basically, you know, is the change since the last new high slash low alert. All right, Cure. Well, is your little pull up over? Let's see. I'm still in this because of the wave. Still in it because of the wave. Now that almost. I wonder if the wave turned blue on the 1 minute. Not quite. It's just flattened out though a bit. So that's giving me, it's giving me a reason now to really consider getting out of the trade. Shoot, I saw this EEX a little earlier as a scroll. I didn't click on it though. See, guilt now, yeah, but you see, buy flag, sell flag, buy flag. I mean, have to sort of, there's direction unknown still. But guilt might, but with the VWAP is too close to the 64, so it's only a dime away. So what I'm trying to say is that, this could turn into a long. Well, guys, if you're ever wondering about the power of the 200-day moving average, take a look at RZLV so far. I mean, yeah, poked his head above it a little bit, but I mean, it is really, I mean, it just remember the 200-day is an area, and that's the area of the 200-day moving average, and it's still struggling to get through it. All right, guys, about 20 minutes before I take my break. So if you've got any questions, not one last, used to be one about mid-afternoon, but if you look at my home page. So again, how to take out a subscription? You can use Barry 15. That will get you 15% off the first month only. Okay, first month only for the entire year of either a standard or premium subscription. Remember, the 15% is good for the first month only. After that, it'll go to the normal price. Then if you scroll down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. That is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And again, if you don't get it, after signing up, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotion folder. It may be there. If you don't see it there, then certainly contact us. Take out a subscription. Very first thing you must do is go down to the education section, click on the more info, and then getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos. Mandatory you do this. If you don't have trade ideas and wondering if this is the right product for you, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. And that should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try it for at least a month. Okay. A month, not well, just month to month. You can always discontinue at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, free series of videos or 15 of them for you, all free. And if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, you click on my homepage link, middle section right here, scan. So here they are. What I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actors up and down. Here's movers to the upside versus movers to the downside right here. Got continuation or reversal right here. Halts resumes down here. And I do have other, these are two races that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running, but if you're interested in a couple of races, this is a large cap race. And this one is a wide open race, a lot more volatile. And then I have a momentum scan, and I have the Pep combo scan also. I don't have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I've decided to really, really cut down on what I'm looking at. And basically, this creates my watch list for the day, okay, out of this gap scanner, okay? It's my watch list for the day. Well, AMCI actually has come back, guys, and in a big way. Look at the volume that just came into AMCI. So it has actually come back in a big way and probably going to get halted. It's going to get halted. I'm just going to say it's going to get halted. You can tell, number one, it moved up so quickly. And when I was looking at the time and sales from Interactive Brokers, the blue window you see here, the bid ask was stuck. And so that is your clue that it's going to get halted. It wasn't at 1340, but it was like a penny. So here's your halt price, 1332. And this column trying to show you where it could open. Doesn't have to be. And typically they are 5-minute halts. So as you can see, the price is changing in this column. So if you were fortunate enough to get it before the halt, which you of course want to see is a number above that 1332 in this column. That's where it could open. So Riley, don't listen to me, because I thought Riley might really struggle getting through 5. That didn't happen. Whoa, RZLV. Now maybe, is it now time? Oh, big area for it to get through is that 326, okay? Because if it can get through 326, the next high is 373, way up here. There was some kind of announcement I could make in here. I thought Sebastian had some announcement because I actually forgot. I might have to, yeah, I mean, it's not expensive, but the Epic pen that I can type out here that I'm on a break. But I thought there was some kind of a banner or something. No, I haven't used Go in a long time, Ken. an air fresh YouTube room of freshen. I haven't used it in a long time. Um, Even if I could use it, and the reason I stopped using it, when I was having all sorts of problems with my machine and the fan, and before I got the thermal paste, that was one of the culprits really slowing down my machine. So it was, I was sorry to let it go because I did like it, but quite, but honestly, I like TradeWave a lot better, and it's part of the standard service. So for those of you, I would find, I mean, I could be using Go No Go again, but it would be, I wouldn't find that it would have any benefit for me. I much prefer using Go No Go or TradeWave. It would clutter things up a lot also. So that's why, even though I could use Go No Go, I much prefer using TradeWave. It gives me the same kind of feeling as Go No Go did. But that's not to say, I mean, some of your people who are looking at TradeWave and not quite getting it, I mean, understanding what you're seeing, and if you understand better what Go No Go, by all means, keep using it. But let's face it, it is a $50 a month add-on. But I was sorry to let it go. But in those days, I wasn't really using TradeWave. You don't mean here, though. You don't mean in the post alerts. This is how little I know because I've never. You don't mean there, though, do you? Well, you do mean there. Okay, but how's unless you look at it, how are people going to know? Really? Is that just you, though, or is that everybody? Let's see if I can answer that question, Rick. What happens if you put? Yeah, that one is sort of a default. Okay. Um, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But what if you put 1.01, just out of curiosity? Okay, 1.01. You notice that in my pre-market, um, you'll see that relative volume is always it always is one. Okay, if you see stocks in the pre-market, that's kind of a bit of a default. Change that to 1.01, just out of curiosity. Okay, and see if you're still getting it. Well, you probably have to give me your the configuration though. Also, you know how to do that? Give me the configuration, the cloud link. But I guess I would ask, why would you change it from 10 to 1? Anyway, why would you do that? 'Cause the whole idea of the relative volume is to see stocks trading very abnormally. But just out of curiosity, why would you want to change it from 10 to 1? Well, let's see. I'll type it in here. So if I post that alert, okay, I see it popping up here, but that doesn't stay, does it? That'd be nice if it stayed. I have a feeling Pepe maybe, you know how if you the relative volume, if you are doing any pre-market work at all, okay, and it's not a matter of having a relative volume filter in as part of your scan, but the relative volume always says one in the pre-market, always, and that's some kind of a default. Okay, let's see. I can load it and see what's happening. Okay, so there's the VMAR. What did you? So now you've got the current volume at least five. Okay, so you're saying if you reduce that to one, I have a feeling that's the reason. I just want to. I'll just see. No, and I'm only going to see the last one. Okay. I think what's okay, I think now I understand what's happened for you. When you reduce it, what you're doing is you're not seeing all the previous ones. Okay. I can see VMAR right here. Okay. You're not seeing all the previous ones. It's like when you load if somebody loaded this scan right here, you're not going to see everything that I can show you on the screen because this started working for me at 9:45. It'll start working for you at the time in which you well, I did see it, yes, when it but I also see it here. I also do see it, down when I did the history, I did see it. I did see VMAR. I've done the history and I do see it right there. And remember, your alert is a new high, so you're not gonna see it now because it your alert is a new high of the day. Well, remember, your alert is a new high of the day, so everything has to be satisfied. So the volume, no more than 2. See this volume today, I would not necessarily use that, but I would take that out when you're using in the, that's okay in the pre-market in my opinion, but I would just use the relative volume filter. But VMAR will not show up now until it hit, I'm sure if it got up to 125 again, I'm sure you'll see it here, even though the volume is, the relative volume is reduced to 1. Okay, so DL, I'm gonna let Chris answer that, okay? Because I've got to take a break. Um, I would get rid of yeah, that volume today, percent. It's okay, in my opinion, to use it in the pre-market because you could say, okay, I want if you put 100% or even 50%, that means the stock is traded what it normally does all day long, and it's done 50% if you use that as a ratio. It's done 50% of what it normally does all day long, and it's done that in the pre-market. That's how I would use it. But okay, DL, I'm going to let Chris answer that, okay, because he's going to be taking over for me in about a minute or so. Now, are you talking about in the Market Explorer window, trade wave here, the trade wave buy. Okay. Are you talking about this? Like, where are you getting that? Where are you getting that, Daniel? But as I say, I think, Chris will help you there. I have to take off. There's a couple things I actually have to do. Not that I'm trying to, run away from the question. And I think I heard a little pop, so give me a moment, guys. So Chris, oh, in the money machine. Okay, well, he'll definitely, okay, in the money machine, he'll have to help you there. Okay, guys, I'm gonna put myself on mute. I hope you guys can see the announcement. I'll be gone until 1 o'clock in the main room. Okay, and let me just shut down my music, Chris. Give me one moment. Okay, so Christopher Varley, please tell me that you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
I was also hoping you were going to be able to hear me.
No, I can hear. Well, I heard you yesterday, and but yeah, I want to say one more thing. Never do a Windows reset unless you absolutely, absolutely, absolutely have to.
Yeah, without a
Never.
question.
Wow, amazing! All the things in the background that can happen that you're just not aware of.
Yep.
Okay, enough about that. Hopefully, you can help Daniel, regarding the money machine and closed above the top, closed above the bottom, and all that in the
I'll
trade wave entry and exit.
see what I
You
can do.
because I can't. I didn't realize he was talking about the money machine. So,
Gotcha.
okay, my
Gotcha.
friend, I will come back in about an hour. And again, thanks for relieving me.
You got it. We'll see you then. Take care.
Okay.
All right, everybody. So Barry making his way to a break and me settling in, and looks like we got some work to do right away. All right, so Daniel, give me a second to catch up here. What is close above the time? Oh, okay, yeah, so easy enough. Let me bring over said money machine. And so what the money machine is doing with that, there's so much garbage on these charts, it's hard to see. Let me bring out the settings. No, go back, go back, go back. These trade waves stop. All right. So close above the top means you're not getting into the trade, so you close above the top of the wave. So I'm getting out a drawing tool here to better illustrate. Come on, drawing tool. Let's load today. Thank you. There we go. So essentially, let's just say that Apple, for example, comes on the scan that you're using in the money machine, and it's in the ranking, but you wouldn't get into it until you closed above the top of the wave. So for example, let's say it was on your scan through this area, all in here, right? But you can see, below the wave, below the wave, below the wave. Even here, it's below the wave, and then we get it above the wave. And so you wouldn't get the entry till you got above the wave. And then, below the wave, just, the exact opposite. So here, if it was the exit below the wave, for example, we're in it, and until, this gets back, till a candle gets back below the wave, you're in it till that happens. And that's what the close above the top and close above the bottom mean. Well, you have both. You have an entry here and you have the exit here, right? So close below the top for the exit would be if we close below the top of the wave, and then close below the bottom of the wave on the exits. And this is close above the top, or a close above the bottom, meaning the candle closing. So I think that gets you answered. If not, let me know. If you have other questions, fire those away too. And for anybody here, I didn't do my normal spiel as I come in to take over the live stream here, but as always, open forum here. So anybody with questions pertaining to the software at all, do not be shy. Over the years we're doing this, had people email in, well, I have questions in the live stream, but I don't want to take up too much of anybody's time with them. That's what we're here for. If you don't ask the questions, you're doing yourself a huge disjustice. There's, nothing else I could say to that other than ask the questions, please. It's counterproductive for everyone, myself included, if I'm just sitting here and nobody's asking questions at all, and kind of just silence. One candle before, I'm not sure what one candle before is referencing or in reference to. You could elaborate or context that for me. And again, anybody else with any other questions, please do not be shy. All right, okay. Well, there's a combination of factors that go into it. One, the stock has to be on the scan. And the second is it's just a cross above. You don't need the candle. You don't need the candle before. So, and if we're just using this as an example, as soon as we made the cross here, you'd have been in it. You don't need the candle to like actually close. You just need it to cross above actually. So that's all that's going on there. I don't know why they have close there, but I have it on good authority that that's not what's needed to get you into the trade, assuming that the stock is, within the rank and file of the scan. You are very welcome. If you have other questions, don't be shy. Especially, like I said, nobody else is asking questions. Get them in here if you have them. Yeah, it's a lot of trader jargon in there. It's something that if you don't have experience in the market, it definitely, it's definitely not extremely intuitive, unfortunately. It means that you won't re-enter the stock. If you exit the stock, whether it's for a profit or a loss, you won't re-enter it for that amount of time that you decide. It's a thing for a lot of traders where once they've traded the stock, they're all set, at least for some sort of period of time. So for example, if you didn't want to trade it again for the rest of the day, put in like a value of 400 or something in there, because that would be beyond the time which the market is open that day. And again, anybody with questions, please do not be shy. Fire those in for me. You got it. You got it. I'm going to shift this over, but of course, if you have more questions on any of that, or if anybody does, we bring it right back over and dive into those. So, all right, what's next? We toured the market yesterday, so I don't think there's not exactly a whole lot to comment as far as the market goes. And I'm only going to go into the stuff that I'm going to go into as there's no other questions coming in. Again, interrupt me if you have questions. I'd much rather answer your questions than kind of pointlessly drone on about the overall market. Yesterday I talked about, like I said, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out. What do I mean by that? These kind of down days, little pullbacks to scare people out. What do I mean by wear you out? Well, the market's just chopping around. It's not doing anything. So it's like, oh, well, you got that fear possibly instilled into you from, these down days and pullbacks, and then the market's not going anywhere, even though it's sitting basically at all-time highs. It's chopping a lot of people's positions up. And so different kind of fear like that. So anyways, make of what you will on these things. And we did plenty of sector rundown yesterday. I don't think there's anything to comment on that again. I was looking earlier, haven't gone over. We used to do my top 10 here on the racing scans. Haven't done that in a while. I guess I got away from that as I completely got away from day trading. But some all right ones came through this today. Maybe they'll set back up again. This CPAC. Pretty sizable gap up, gapped up to here, traded itself down, and then went on, a nice 15-minute march. Hasn't really gave up anything at this point. It's off the high, but, good ways from the low as well. So, this might be something if someone was still interested in. Maybe, you're looking for a break of 11, for example, or break of the high of the day. Maybe set a price alert up there or something like that. Again, not generally my cup of tea at this point anymore, but certainly as far as someone day trading goes, definitely interesting. VOR. So yeah, this has looked pretty healthy for the day here. Gap down, actually came up, tested the low of the day, turned itself right back around, still kind of marching on. Bit of a gap to fill here up to 22. Not that it likely gets there, at least not today anyways, but certainly interesting. Not doing anything wild on the volume side, 2x, almost 3x on the volume side. Yeah, it's more, definitely, but not anything absolutely wild. We can see it had quite a day here, but it didn't actually do a whole lot price-wise. Traded way up traded back down, kind of finished middle of the pack on the day, and just grinding higher all these subsequent days with definitely elevated volume when we compare it beyond that huge volume day. It seems to like that once in a while. So definitely something of interest. Let's see. How do you see Tesla pull down to 130 line? Does volume dropping is early indications towards pull downs? I don't use moving averages at all. So, you know, I don't have a whole lot of comment to them. But you know, we'll throw one on here. We'll mess around. So let's go with the 15-minute chart you said and the 130 SMA. You know, but what I'm gonna, you know, say, think, or talk about is not gonna have a lot to do with that. But here we go. So there's a 130. It's way off the 130. I mean, oh, sorry, we're looking at VOR still. Duh, Chris, yell at me next time I do that. That was just silly of me. I'm looking at VOR and thinking to myself, it's not pulling down. Meanwhile, just hit me in the head with a hammer. Sorry. Apologies. I mean, Tesla's at all-time highs right now, right? Sorry, 488. So it's just off an all-time high. I don't know. It looks pretty boxed in here. Through little poke under, marching up on the high the last couple of days. I don't know. This looks like a pretty bullish chart to me overall. I mean, I think it looks bullish on pretty much on the 3 time frames I have up here. It looks pretty good. I would be concerned about it getting up and through this 480 level. You know, that would be my concern. It's a super volatile stock in general. So, I mean, this thing moving for or against you $10+ at any given point, you just got to pack that into your risk management without any question. You know, that's just par for the course with this stock. You know, I would say this: you do not want to be wrong below 470. Then you've got another $10 gap to fill after that with nothing in between to space it out, basically. Yeah, there's a little shadow here below it, but you really want to be playing those, you know, because that starts to become that game where, all right, well, I've got for example, a $10 stop loss, assuming we took it now, and then all of a sudden that $10 stop loss becomes a $15 stop loss, becomes a $20 stop loss, becomes an investment and not a trade anymore. So that's, you know, my 2 cents on it. Yeah, that 480 number, you want to leave it behind. And then I guess, you know, you leave 480 behind. 488 is your next stop as far as resistance goes. So when did it do that last? Let's bring up a weekly chart, probably find it better there. So you got to go back to this time last year, as a matter of fact. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, even on a weekly chart, it's a bullish chart. Monthly chart, even more bullish. $15-minute chart. I mean, it's hanging here. You know, again, you want to see it leave that 480 behind. I don't know if it's, you know, look, it's up $5 today, or well, it was $5 when we were first looking at it. It's up 1% today. It's up however much it was yesterday, right? So these are things that I'd be keeping an eye on too, you know, just how far it's coming, how fast, and, you know, where you're willing to place that risk versus that reward. 3 Sharp, what's happening? So that's what I could comment on Tesla. You know, I don't make any of my decisions based on this. You know, I have an EMA on here. I just leave it on there because it doesn't factor into anything I do for a long time now. I do like to look at the VWAP though. I do have that on there, and I do like to continue to look at that. Yeah, you got it. Of course, of course. Again, peoples with questions, please do not be shy. Here to help. Yeah, I'm in that cautiously optimistic boat myself right now. We're at all-time highs, so I mean, it's kind of hard to not be optimistic, right? But also, let's recognize it's the end of the year, and we're living in an ever more volatile world in general. Volatile good, volatile bad. I don't want to do that, actually. Move this back to a daily chart. And, when we start to, do something like this and we're just kind of sitting in this range for a while, I like to be careful, I want to see a repeat of this. Although I'll say this, and again, hindsight's always 2020. Look, sat in that range and then started to sell off and came to the bottom of that range. It was grinding lower for days before we got this volatile, capitulation move. So it wasn't like there wasn't time to manage your risk through that. So, that's where the discipline is really hard. The two disciplines. One, taking the time to actually come up with a system. Most people, they don't want to come up with any kind of system. They just want to, look at charts and say, all right, well, this looks XYZ or ABC based on whatever indicators, and I think I like it. That's fine, but, where's the tested system behind that? There isn't one, So that's the number one discipline. People want to put that real work into creating and testing a system. And then two, a lot of those that do, unfortunately, are they disciplined to accept the losses when the system hands them the losses? That's the other tough part. Net trade, it's Chris again. It's not Steve, so can't help you on that still. Apologies. Steve will be in on Thursday this week to do the live stream. I would also say that it's not going to be generating any kind of professional grade scan or anything like that. It's going to help you with templates. It's not going to give you some kind of wonder scan that is going to be the one that sets you on your path to the next level. It's going to give you a generic template that isn't back tested or optimized or tried and true in any way. It's just going to give you something based on what you ask it to do, but it doesn't mean anything more than that. And no worries. I've been told in the past that Steve and I sound similar. So, yeah, when I first started here at the company, and it was part of the first marketing meeting I was a part of and getting acquainted with everybody, there's an overwhelming shocked number of folks that thought Steve and I sound very similar. So there's that too. Again, don't be shy, folks. Anybody with questions, please fire those questions in for me. So I don't know, what else? What else could we talk about? What else could we do? So I'll move this back to a 60-minute chart for now. Oops, I don't want the browser there. It slows me down a lot. There we go. Indicators, edit, remove. You know what I'm going to do? I'll remove this EMA too. I ain't using it no more. Remove, save. There we go. Nice clean charts. I would also like to convey my not using indicators That has nothing to do with me believing indicators work or do not work. I believe that there are many systems out there and many traders that do very well with all sorts of indicators, whether they're SMAs, ZMAs, ATR, ADXDI, RSI. We list all the acronyms in the world, right? Linear regression, so on and so forth. I have no doubt that there are many, many traders that are successful using any and all of those in systems that they have taken the time to thoroughly create and test. I just happen to not use them as far as my discretionary trading goes. AHR was the TOW. AHR. We'll take a look. Let's take a look. American Health. Well, funny enough, because yesterday we talked about healthcare kind of leading the year, right? So, kind of apropos as we start to wind out the year, that Steve has found American Healthcare. It's a REIT actually too. Interesting. Real estate trust. Interesting. Focused on medical office buildings, hospitals, skilled nursing facilities. Blah, 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 blah. Words out. So what I say, 47.31. So I'm guessing Steve was looking for a pullback on this. Or, well, he was looking for a stock that pulled back and maybe going to dig its heels in here. Some room up here if it can get itself going as well. I would say this too, given the market was down, yesterday and today, not looking so shabby, to be honest. Did have trouble at that 48 region. Yeah, they're a tool. Yep, exactly. Indicators a tool like anything else. That's an interesting one. Love to see it get above that 48 to really get itself going here. But you gotta, look, market's down, SPY's down, I don't know, anywhere in between 0.5% and 1/3% so far today. And this is, bucking the trend. It's held the gap so far. It's, tested here. Did trade down and fill the gap earlier in the day, right off the bat here. Did that both on the 60-minute time frame, 5-minute time frame here. So it did that real early. Kind of just sitting up here now, trying to, it's banging down on this here. Well, it struggled to get up over that 48 there. So, decent setup. Certainly, I'd certainly say if we get the market on our side over the next couple of days, this will probably look a lot better. However, I do notice on the 30-day high versus 30-day lows, 30-day lows are making a break for it here to the upside, and 30-day lows are 30-day highs are grinding lower right now. So not exactly a bullish indication currently, but we'll see. Yeah, not just a reasonable play, but I'm just gonna bring this over so I can find it real fast. Sort of position on the year. Anyways, where is strange? insurance fund here. The insurance ETF is sitting up near all-time highs. There you go. There's medical devices. This is being kind of a pain in the neck. Medical devices sitting kind of nice on the day. That is low for a REIT. Why did that do that? It changed my ordering on this. I know we have successful users that have developed automated strategies, but number one, I don't have a list of who has, and number two, I couldn't share their public information regardless. Do I know we have traders? Yes, I know that we have traders. I know that there's a specific group of folks that have done some extensive data mining and whatever else with their software and have created some strategies. But they are very private individuals that first off, I wouldn't just share anybody's information regardless. Complete violation of our terms and agreement and a violation of their trust as well. Sorry. There we go. I couldn't find the healthcare one for a minute there. It was driving me nuts. I thought it was higher up. I thought we talked about this being higher up ranked. Well, it is down on the day today. So what the trading bot does, I have no idea. I have no access to their strategy or strategies, whatever it is. I can tell you that they've, set it up to, enter and exit stocks based on whatever they've done. That's it, But outside of that, I can tell you that the general path to automation is you come up with an idea for a scan, build it the best you can from what we, offer here in alert windows, and then you back test and optimize that. You then, if you get to something that you think will work, you then move that to paper trading to test for a while. And, and then if that all goes well, then you'd move to live trading. Like the money machine. No, it's not like the money machine. Once you have an idea, once you've created, it's an alert window. So once you've created that, you'd, load it here you'd save it to the cloud, and you'd load it here from the cloud into your Brokerage Plus. And it'll have whatever back test parameters you had in there. And you just kind of finish off what you want in here. Your entry time and all that would already be here. You'd have to set this up, whether to send the order for existing symbols or multiple times per day. If you want to stop trading after X amount or stop sending after a certain amount. Here you would, are you going market or limit? If you're going limit, what's your offset on it? Risk management, you'd already probably have set up according to your back test. And then all back testing has to have a hold time. So if you wanted to get rid of the hold time, you would be able to do that here. You cannot get rid of a hold time in the back test. You must have a hold time on the back test. Yeah, these people they're not in the business of creating bots or anything like that for people. They're private individuals that trade their own discretionary funds. They have no interest in anything else other than, trading, and that's it. They don't have interest in educating people or building things or anything like that. They're not some company or something like that. These are just individual folks that, have a passion for the market and quant trading and have done that. They have no interest in anything else. Sorry. I mean, anybody that's willing to put in the effort, and the time certainly has the ability to do these things. I myself, not from lack of effort, have tried to build automated strategies for as long as I've been with Trade Ideas, as long as I've been a user of Trade Ideas, not even an employee here. And every time I have had something that I thought might work, unfortunately, it has fallen apart. I've done an insane amount of back testing. I probably back tested over 100,000 times. I probably run this odds maker over 100,000 times. And here's one that I thought was going to work a long time ago, and then it just didn't. After a while, it fell apart. It had a nice high profit factor, and wait, nope, this is not it. This can't be it. See if I can find something that I, really dove down the rabbit hole on. This might have been one. Yeah, this was a strategy that I spent, I can't even begin to tell you how much time on. And it looked like it was going to be a really nice strategy. And then it wasn't. It's just that, here it is. Sucks because, like everybody else, I would love to have something that I could just set and, let it add to my discretionary trading. But unfortunately, that is not the case. I'll screw around with this now for fun. Yeah, no. It's no longer a viable strategy at all. Very well could be. I know we've definitely done some back testing stuff where the things, they started out okay. Here's one for sure that I did. I want to say early this year. Let me find it. And it looked like, hey, this might be something that's promising. Yep, it was this one here. We called it Momentum Auto. Oops. We ran the back test on this. And then I think on price ranges, we found, it had some price ranges that actually looked kind of nice. And so then we segregated it by price range afterwards. So I'll open all three segments. I'll reshare them. Nothing special or proprietary or hidden here. Also, why is the back tester running slow as molasses? Holy cow, what is going on with the back tester? All of a sudden it was just flying and now it's, there we go. Still kind of slow. is really struggling right now after I just ran a few lightning speed. All right, well, I'm going to load these other scans while this is being a knucklehead. Let's get these out here. Yeah, it starts to get towards the end and just slows right down. I wonder if it's with all of these. They're all running really slow. Yes, that is also very true. That's why, generally speaking, when I once I start to get a little headway on any back testing, I add a spread filter to it. There wasn't one. Andy had no internet. Actually, he didn't even have internet till almost an hour ago, probably just shy of an hour ago. We had been Andy-less. So yeah, this looks terrible. Price filter. Yeah, we found that there was some stuff that worked here on the price filtering. Not a lot of trades there. So yeah, we can see all three don't, all three no longer work. But I'll give you the base of the scan if you want, if anybody wants. Let me find it. Let me get the cloud link. I don't want to resave it to the cloud. Yeah, that's also the other fun part about it. Or frustrating part, I should say. So, I mean, if someone wants that, now look, once upon a time, it looked good for a while, actually. Tested it for a few weeks and I was looking okay. Then after a few months, it stopped looking okay. Also, why am I running slower than molasses on the back tester all of a sudden? I was doing some back testing earlier today and it was actually just fine. Maybe you consider smaller time frame holds. The one thing I will really recommend if anybody goes down the back testing rabbit, do not do 1 minute holds. I'd even suggest don't really do 2 minute holds. I'd say a minimum of 3 minutes. And the reason why is that we use 1 minute open, high, low, close candles for the exits, not the entrance. The entrance is obviously the alert. Boom, the alert happened. We're sending the order. But the exits, if they fall within that 1 minute candle, even on the alert. So, if you get, if you've got price hitting that, inside that stop twice on that 1 minute candle, it's just going to show very poor results. And as a disclaimer, even in the user's guide, we say basically that. Don't, be realistic. Anyways, let me mess around with this. Let's go 5 minute time hold. Okay, that's off to the races now. All right, looks like back testing is back to not looking so slow. And on the price, it just doesn't hold up anywhere well. Just that simple. Well, one of the issues you run, well, I'm not sure what they offer in that, to be honest, but one of the things you have to remember is as far as this all goes, you got to play by the, market mechanic rules. Can't exit a trade, on a cross below a moving average or something like that as far as the system here goes. If the broker, all the orders on this are sent to the broker to be held. So it's, your opening order gets sent, your target and your stop also gets sent, or if you're using a time stop or both, that gets sent as well. And so those orders are all being held on the broker servers, and the broker can't calculate an exit from a cross below VWAP, for example, or something like that. So now the money machine does allow for some different dynamics, but not that kind of dynamic. The money machine allows for the dynamics of the trade wave. Close those out. Oops. Bring that back over. And to give everybody an idea of what I've done over the years, none of these hold up at all. Here's a scan I try to do for auto. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another. Here's another. Another. More. There's a bunch more down here. I mean, I must have 20, 25 plus scans in here that I've attempted to back test and optimize and automate, and none of them have unfortunately held up the test of time. Yeah, I use that just for my, finding swing ideas. So, I've got that right over there, and, go through things in the evenings. Mostly, I should say I mostly go through in the early pre-market. Look at what might work. Yeah, but the thing with that is you got to put the legwork into it. If I could figure out a way to get just the quote picks that I think are the best out of it into automation, that would be maybe something to look at. But that has eluded me as well. Certainly not from lack of effort. It's because, you add a filter to get rid of some of the stuff I don't want, and it gets rid of some of the stuff I do want. The trade-off is always just too much it's just not what it doesn't equal what will work, unfortunately. Here's another one. I put an incredible amount of effort into this. Nada. I mean, some of these are so bad that I'd never revisit them. I think I keep them as a reminder more than anything else. Yeah, I never been a fan of going out there and saying, hey, these are exactly what I'm looking at, because then I just feel like I can tell you right now, Andy gets emails every day about, oh, your pick sucked today, but he never gets an email when the pick looks good, and it's the same thing for Steve with Trader Week for years and years and years. They've got much thicker skin than I do when it comes to that, because I'd probably tell someone something not so nice. So I just decided a long time ago that that's not something I'm at all even remotely interested in whatsoever. So we were talking about the stocks like this yesterday. This stock GLMD did something crazy one day. Let me see if I can find it. It was last year sometime, maybe. Might have been this day here. I don't even know. I was working with a user that wanted to, come up with a scan for whatever. Oh, it might have been this day here that did this crazy thing. That's probably what it was this day here. Anyways, so we used the stocks like this page, and I picked out a few filters that I felt were prudent to that. So I picked out some VWAP. It looks like change 2 minutes, relative volume, volume today percent, and off we went with it. 90-minute exit. I don't know how we landed upon that, but didn't turn into anything anything special. Yeah, if you figure there's several thousand people subscribed to the emails, on a percent basis, we don't hear much at all, good or bad. But the funny part about a lot of it is most of the bad we hear are from people that aren't even subscribed to our software, and how much money we lost them or anything like that. Generally when they get nasty about it, we just remove them and block them from the email list. But yeah, just not something I'm interested in being a part of whatsoever. So yeah, terrible scam. Actually, I shouldn't say terrible, because over 60 whatever days, it's only coming up with 16 trades, but the winners are netting you an average of $1.15 per share, but the losers are netting you 74 cents loss per share. So not really awesome, to say the least. Let's mess around. We got no one else is happening to. Yeah, I think it's a phenomenal tool. I think it's underused, but I also do think it's it has a big misconception to it from people that get overly zealous that they're going to create the end all be all to scans. And I can tell you right now, I was beyond guilty of that myself. Woof, that made that terrible by shortening the hold time. Made the losers bigger than the winners. Ouch. So yeah, not from lack of effort, any of this. Believe me, I wish I had some magic bullet on it. Yeah, but that goes back to that theme that I was talking about yesterday and touched on it just for a moment today, that if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out. We're sitting up on all-time highs, right? But when was the last time the market really had an uptrend on it, right? We got a nice uptrend through here. Get a pullback, continue the uptrend, but then we've been chopping around, since the end of October. And even this was still choppy as heck, kind of hard to call that back into that uptrend, up, down, up, while giving it up, chop some more, and then just gapping away. Those are days that are hard to trade. If you're not in things already from here, when you get these gap ups and you're benefiting from the gap ups, are you going to chase on those days? The answer isn't a yes or no answer. The answer, what does your system tell you? It is getting in appropriate when we're gapping up like that. So that's what I mean by, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out. All of a sudden, we all know from experience when the market moves up, our positions never quite move up like we'd like them to with the market moving up. When the market moves down, market's down 2%, positions down 7%, right? I mean, I think anybody that's listening to this is nodding their head right now. Yep. So that's the wear you out part. It's like, it's not even that, you've got some massive loss happening or some capitulations going on or anything like that. It's just that the chop really, that's exactly what it is. It chops you to pieces with your positions, or it can anyways. I'll say this also, the one thing about doing all the back testing that I've done, I try to really dig in, especially to the different alerts, because the alert is every bit as important as your filters, right? Sure, you could pick any bullish alert to go with, a bullish set of filters if we're going long, or bearish if we're going short. But, there may be one or no bullish alerts that really kind of fit those filters sometimes. Standard deviation breakout, very, very specific, right? The running ups, the running downs. Interesting. Mean revision scan of the choppy markets, not a bad idea. You could certainly look at something like linear regression. We have both filters and alerts for it. So you got your linear regression up and downs, some forecastings. And always, don't forget, if you're stuck on something, you're like, well, what does this really mean, or what does it really do? You can right click, you can't right click there actually. Click on it and then hit the help button. You're going to get these definition pages are pretty darn good now. They used to not have as much information as what we've got here. A lot of effort was put into making these a lot more informative. Sometimes they leave a question or two for some folks that drilling down that extra level. But for the most part, I think they're answering all questions. So recently I started experimenting. I'd never used it before recent, but the upward thrusts here, I've been messing around with those recently. One set of data points I've never messed with, one set of alerts I've never messed with. I've never messed with MACD, stochastics, or really any of these candlestick patterns. There's so many of them, actually. There's actually a crazy amount of candlestick patterns. I thought we had more stochastic alerts than we've got. I thought it was close to the same number of MACD and stochastics. I thought it was like maybe half as many, maybe a quarter as many. We'll also use the crossed above resistance, not the confirms. This one here, I've used those a ton. Yeah, I'd say my back testing has probably been 75% day trading related. There are so many alerts here. Maybe I'll just go completely opposite direction one of these days, and I'll do it all based on fundamentals. Use all the fundamental filters in the back testing, right? Find stocks that have a strong dividend, good enterprise value to market cap ratio, lots of cash, low debt. Maybe back test those. Can't hurt, right? I hear Barry.
Well, no, actually, I hear the leaf blower, but yes.
Well, that's it.
That's the leaf blower. Leaf blower Tuesday.
Fair enough.
No, it's funny, Chris. You were talking about. I just caught a tail end of stuff, but you're talking about your stock and the market's going up, and your stock doesn't seem to be going up as much. That's the old cliche, though, isn't it? You never have enough shares when the stock is going higher, but you always have too much when the stock is going lower for you.
Every single time.
That's another one.
Every single time.
And I hear you talk about back testing. So you still do back testing. I haven't back tested in decades, probably, but yeah. So when do you get the time, Chris? Seriously, because it's so time consuming.
Yeah, at night, early in the mornings, and there are times
Actually,
where I have there's times when I have 3 and 4 minutes in between emails and meetings. Let me just run the back tester for a few minutes here. I got an idea and let me just play around with it. 99% of what I start to do, I just, close it out and don't save it or anything like that because it's, trash. But
sure.
Here we are.
Here we are. Another Tuesday. Now, when's Christmas? Is that Wednesday?
I think so.
So I think Christmas Eve is Tuesday. I don't know if I can't remember market hours. I think Tuesday is a full day though, isn't it?
Regular hours, yeah.
Okay.
I'm fairly certain it is.
Okay. So we'll see you next week. In other words, we will see you next week.
Yes, you will.
Well,
I should probably give you the screen back.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Let me grab it now. Here we go. I've got it. All right, my friend. Well, listen, we'll see you next week then. Thanks again for spelling me.
You got it, Barry. Thanks again, everybody. We'll see you next week. Take care.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Give me a moment as I get the music going. Here we go. Music. William and others, how did that work by having the alert here that I was gone until 1 o'clock? Does that seem to be okay? For most, I didn't see any comments. Where's the radio man? By the way, you talked about pets. Now, this was last week. That was the same rumor, right? That was it Cardone Ventures makes that was the same thing, wasn't it? Last week, it was an unsolicited bid. So now, I don't know if they firmed it up a bit. Said exactly what they were. I could have sworn they were offering it was $4. I forgot to get the subscription, Pepe. After yesterday, I just completely forgot. I have to take out a subscription to it. I had one, but I cannot find. They're looking for some kind of a code, and I cannot find it anywhere. Anyway, so I'll probably do it. I'm just wondering how that worked. By putting it in the alerts. $4.25. Thank you, Aramis. So that was last week, though, right? That was last week. And while I was on my break, I kept watching RZLV, and it's amazing, isn't it? It just does not. Ah, silver. You're right. Okay, he was so somebody's up the bid. Gotcha. Thanks, Otto. Otto. So somebody is up the bid then from 425 from four, and it's a different. Yeah, different. Yeah, look at the market. Yeah, look at the market. Definitely not happy today again. Just choppy, I mean, looked pretty interesting when it got through the 200 the VWAP up here. That was around, well, that was pre-market. We're right here. Around 10 o'clock, looked like, okay, maybe we'll be on a bit of a rally, but nope. Well, I tried that, and they said, have you forgotten your code or your password or whatever? I gave them my email address, and they emailed me back, but it still didn't allow me to do anything. I'll try again. I was so tired yesterday. After all the nonsense. So I'll try again. I mean, it's only $36 for the year. It's not like it's a lot of money, but I was intrigued by being able to maybe do it this right in within the room. And if people saw that, then that's all I care about. Because I can do everything else with them. I can do I only do two things with them: type up here, and then also do a capture, and the capture still works. So right now, I noticed we had a gap down reversal for these two, for Kodiak and Stub. But as I was saying before, when the market's doing this, and the market doesn't have to be ripping higher for a reversal to work, but you just don't want. I mean, it's just sort of somewhat relentless. We're down 5 points. Qs are down. I mean, the Dow's down a lot, quite a bit. Buys down. Qs are not down as much as they've been, but still down. And I'm watching this RZLV. I mean, it just doesn't want to take out 320. Managed one. Okay, well, I'll check that. Again, it's not an expensive product at all. I'm surprised there are no other products out there that allow you to type on the screen, like literally type on your monitor anywhere you want. I'm sure there are others, but thank you, Pepe. Yes, I'll go to their managed license section. 'Cause I actually thought I got a lifetime license with it. Okay, I'm going to do something. I'm going to get out of the website. I'm going to come the room. I'll come back in. You guys are not going to be booted out or anything, but I'm just intrigued about something. All right, guys, I'm back. Ah, you see, there we go. That's what I was looking to see. There we go. See the little sound? That's what I was wondering if I got out, rebooted. Well, for me, got in and out of the room. So that makes me happier, to be honest. Seeing that little sound icon or the sound bar. So now you guys know when I'm talking or not. All right, guys. Well, RZLV, sorry. I don't think it's going to do it. And VMAR, I see VMAR's moving. Well, it's still holding over $1. Bad day for the AI overall. I mean, like there were some great trades, but you look at them now. If you held them all day, I mean, obviously not good, but I mean, the um, the skill was very good. The Nectar was very good, and so was the Vero, very good. But you had to trade. You had to manage the trades. Meanwhile, WVE continues to make its way down. Boy, this is a big area for you to try to hold, isn't it? 1580. That's the low on Friday. Yesterday's low was around 16. I'm going to put a price alert right there at 1580 and see what happens maybe tomorrow. Because if it does take that out, I mean, then the next low is at 1273. Now they did a financing at 19, raised a lot of money. I think it was around $350 million. Oh, I've no idea. I can't run it. I have no. I mean, the market money, the MM profitable. I guess it depends on the strategy you're using. I couldn't tell you. I can't run it because it requires following it 100% of the time, getting in and out of trades. So I can't do that. Not and doing this. So I just have to abandon the MM. But it would also depend on what strategy you're using and how are you managing your exits, things like that. Everybody's going to be different. But Dan will be in our, well, I'm assuming Dan will be in our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1, and I'm sure he's going to go over it. I could really never use it anyway because I'm in Canada, and as far as I know, there are no commission-free brokers that I could use that would work with the money machine. And you really need commission-free. So it would be something that I couldn't use anyway. Okay, we'll do or maybe do a GoFundMe. Like in our YouTube room, dodging the atmospheric river. Yeah, I mean, I live I live basically in Vancouver, so there's a lot of rain, but it's not flooding in the city. It's the outlying areas that are more flat, the farmland areas, they're the ones they hit. So it would be crass, but it doesn't really affect me personally. Talking about the atmospheric river. Don't need a new computer. Paste, man, paste. I bet you there's a whole millions of computers have been thrown out because of the noisy fan and all they needed was thermal paste. Ah, okay. I see, perfect. Circle in it, yeah. Well, I know the yeah, areas in Seattle and surroundings. Yeah, well, we're like Vancouver. I love Geek Squad. I really do. Great service. It gives me an opportunity to go back into Best Buy. All right, guys, let's see. Anything that don't happening. Maybe RZLV isn't dead. I mean, it's off from 310 to 317. Yeah, I would. You know what? Because of pain having to set it up, Rick. So I would say no. Where? Okay. Well, maybe now got to take out. There's I think the 325 level right there. 326. Okay, 326. I'm out of the cure, guys. I was doing my video on it, and I was out of the cure. QURE. That's it. That's the only trade I've done today. RADX is not shortable for me. What do I mean by that? Well, Interactive Brokers is telling me contract will be available for short sale if the shares can be located. So if they're not readily available, forget about it. For me, well, again, I want to. I have AMCI also thumbnailed on my other monitor, and I mean, it may not be over. Such a low float. You get several million coming in at once, and you never know. There's the high of the day was up here around 15, I think, 1504. Okay, guys, one last look for the day on my homepage, including information I'm sharing in terms of scans, etc. All right, guys. So, as always, at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. It doesn't matter which plan you pick, either standard or premium. Okay, all I ask, if you're going to take up a subscription sometime in the future, use my code to keep the rooms free. company tracks the use of the promo codes and use my code enough, I say, okay, we'll keep the rooms free. Now, for those of you sitting in YouTube right now, you may not know there is another room called the trading room. It's free also. A lot more activity in that room, okay? A lot more interaction amongst other traders. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a little more, a little more action, interaction among other with other traders, you can come into this room, and it is free. And as always, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you must do this. Click on the more info, and you must do this. The getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. Mandatory you do that. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video and proceed to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can always try it for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us. Also, back to basic. Free series of videos for those of you who are kind of new to trading. 15 of them, okay, free. And last, if you're looking for my information and you click on my homepage link, scroll down. So they're not all scans. So here are the actual scans. The mover the upside versus mover the downside. These are what I call scans. These are real-time alerts, okay? The pulse resumes, that is an alert window. That is a scan. These are giving you this multi-strategy window here, the gap continuation. These are all real-time alerts you're seeing here, okay? Now, the large cap gainers, these two races, if you're looking for a race, there's a race you might want to take a look at if you're into the large cap stocks. If you don't care about the market cap and float, this race here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, it's a very volatile one. You'll get some big movers, okay? But it's definitely more volatile. This is not as volatile because they're large caps. And the momentum scan and the Pepe combo scan, these are two that you can take a look at. These are scans, real-time alerts. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actors up and the pre-market actors down. These are more like top lists, pre-maps. Okay, they're not real-time. Versus they're ranking stocks. What is the stock that's moved up the most? What is the stock that has moved down the most? And ranking them. Things like that. So any questions about the scans or the information, you can ask me. Feel free. Don't be shy. Well, there's no question we'll have a better code for the holidays. No question. Min would be 25% probably. Well, XLE, William, is yeah. I mean, look at XLE. I mean, this is the energy. I think it's the biggest one. Or the biggest ETF for the energy sector, XLE. And so on a daily basis, yeah, I mean, there's three big days down now. Well, this is a big day. The other two, fairly big, but this is a big 3% for the sector is a lot. Yeah, these were the months back here, guys. Back in April, when the it was well under the 200-day moving average. It's still above it. Where is it? 43, 46. So it's getting very close. It's getting very close now again to the 200-day moving average. You can't see it on my daily chart. If I shrunk it a bit, you'd see it. There it is. Okay, guys. So William says he will keep the room open till about 3:45 ish. Okay, so when I leave, whatever time that is, sometime usually between 2 and 2:30. Always later if you ask me questions. Yeah, Mark. Well, yeah, it's interesting, Mark. I could do that, I suppose. The problem is that it never used to be there. Well, it's always been an option, I guess, but for whatever reason, it was checked when I went through the Windows reset. But it was checked, and there's probably a lot of people who don't want it, and they wouldn't know how to turn it off. But I do hear you. So really, I think it's just a matter. It's you guys can control it, right? Or no? Have I sort of given it the automatic no? So you guys don't have individual control on it. No, I know you can stop it, but can you start it? Hmm. Tools. We'll try. Or is it up here? I'm not sure how you find out. I know there's somewhere in the options. Okay, so there you go. So you can control it then. So just put it on yourself, Rick and Mark. Just do it yourself. I think okay. If you click on account, doesn't it say your account expires? You click on account, Mike. So if you click on account, here's a little pop up I got. Mine expires in 1743 days. Okay. Do you guys not see that? Click on accounts, and then that's a pop up for me anyway. You don't have that. Okay. It's here then, isn't it? Somewhere in tools and options. I wonder why you guys don't have that. Ah, where would it be though? Upgrade, upgrade. Maybe no. Um, general. So it's not here. Okay, so Mike, there you go. Yeah, I just put a link in. I guess that'll show you. I would have thought it would be in here somewhere, but I guess not. So my new highs. Well, let's see what the index is doing. MSOS, yeah, it's still hanging in there. Big, 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 big move. 14% now. So we're up 24%. CGC, I saw that one earlier. So CGC is basically tracking MSOS. Tilray, though, is definitely a lot higher in terms of a percentage. And you can see, well, obviously, the big cannabis player, CGC, looking exactly like MSOS as Tilray. It's just a Tilray. And here's another one, GRWG, looking exactly like the other ones. I'm sure that most of the cannabis plays are going to look like this. Well, Mike, you can always, I know it's a pain, but maybe just info at trade-ideas.com. People are there, so you can probably just take a look at your account, give them your account. I mean, it's kind of crazy. You should be able to do it yourself right on the website, but evidently it's not working for you. Oh, one more step by Pepe. Maybe that was the last payment, December 2nd. Maybe that's what that was trying to refer to. So your next payment would be January 2nd, maybe? Ah, I see. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, questions? Nothing? An early day again. There's Beat, guys. Beat, I know, has been a super active one. 79 cent stock about a week and a half ago. 340 today. Oh, always through my brokerage, KJ. Okay. Always. And I always will. Remember, in case you don't know, I think you probably do know, you too, Rick. We have that external linking tool, tools, external linking. So I'm linked to Interactor Brokers. Okay. So when I click on it, you probably know all this. So when I click on a symbol, anywhere, it loads into my platform, Interactive Brokers platform, and from there I trade it. Oh, I don't do anything automated wise, KJ. Every trade will be a different size. Well, I mean, if I wanted gilt as an example right now, okay, this is a gap down and reversal. I mean, you know, I'm clicking on the alert. I'm very in my head quickly sizing up where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Okay, and so that's where my stop is. And then I'm also looking. Okay, if that is going to be my stop, 10 cents away. I'm making up numbers here. If I look left, do I have at least 20 cents before I hit the next high on a daily chart? Okay, in other words, so then the trade becomes somewhat interesting because I don't, I'm not going to risk 10 cents. So if I saw the next high was say 5 cents away, I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 5 cents. So I'm doing this pretty rapidly in my head, and then that sort of determines how many shares I take, and then I just do it. So when you say how do I set stops, I mean, of course, I'm looking at the chart. I don't say, well, every stop is 1% away or 10 cents away. It's all based on what I see on a chart. I do everything manually. Yes, I do everything manually. And you know, do I get burned every now and then because a stock absolutely makes an instant run? Sure, but it doesn't happen enough that ticks me off. Well, I'm not in anything now, Nosh. QURE is what I was talking about quite early. Took a while though. This was a short QURE and short. I didn't get in at 2102, as you probably know. I'd always wait for the whole number break, but I was very interested in it because it had room down to about $1. Well, depends on the spread, KJ. I mean, if the spread, for instance, let's say I wanted to buy Cure right now. Okay, so the spread's 5 cents. It's not terrible, but in Interactive Brokers, I can say select a price in between. Okay, and I might get a fill there. But if the spread is really, if that were 21.50, I would never be taking the trade. That makes sense? Really depends on the spread, which unfortunately is what kept me out of. You kept me out of this one early in the day. Would have been an awesome short. Now it is bounced now, but it's bounced a lot now. But when you look at it early, I had an alert up here, and it went from about 14 down to 11.80. The spread was about 20, 30 cents. Now it's okay. It's a nickel. But if it had been like that, I would have taken the trade 100% because it had all the room underneath. But now that spread, even though it was really terrible, it didn't matter if I'd taken the trade, but I don't know what's going to do this. Right? I don't put targets. I don't put any targets at all. You might say, well, I am sort of by saying, okay, where is my risk reward? So I'm looking left. Where could it go before it stalls? Somebody might say, well, that's your target. Not really, because I'm not going to get out of the trade just because if it got there, I'd be wary of it. I'd be looking at that. I wonder if that'll stall it, maybe take them off. But I wouldn't just say, okay, so I don't put targets in the way because I think some people put targets. They just get out of a trade. If the trade is still working, I'm not going to get out of the trade. The only thing I will have to make sure of is that there's enough room for it to run, so I have at least a reasonable possibility of making a 1-for-2 risk reward. So again, risking 10 cents, I have to be able to see that I could maybe make 20 cents. Doesn't mean I'm going to, but I have to have, and obviously the better. If I'm risking 10 cents and I look left, and the next high is 40 cents away, even better, obviously. But I don't call that a target so much. It just basically it just gets me into the trade. The other thing too is I'm using TradeWave a lot, and so I'm just riding the wave, riding the wave. Okay, until I get a transition. I'm using this as an example, but if I had been in this one right here at 1204, ride the wave. Now, the minute you get a bar that pierces the bottom of the of that wave, I would be out some for sure, 100%. But maybe not out of it all because it didn't turn orange. That wave didn't turn orange, and then had a little resumption. Now that it's orange, if I were still in some, I'd be probably out most of the trade. I'm just using this as an example. I let the wave kind of keep me in trades a lot longer than I ever used to be. And again, this is part of the standard service. Okay. So here's a good example, guys. You see what happened with gilt. Hmm. Why am I not seeing it here? No, I'm talking to myself. Just give me a moment. Ah, shoot, another thing I got to look at. I should be getting a duplicate here. You see, this is the don't repeat. But if here's gilt early on a potential short. Okay, gap down and go. Okay, but then it turned around to be a gap down and reverse. I should see it here. You only see the stock one time in the alert, in an alert. But if it happens in another alert or scan, you'll see it. And I'm not seeing it. Of course, I have no explanation. Let me see if I see it here. Because if I do, instead of trying to figure out why I'm not seeing it, hmm, okay, okay, what's happening? I have three monitors. I have three 32K, 32-inch 4K monitors. I could get away with probably just two. Nah, well, for some reason, I was saying, here's gilt right here, gap down in reverse, but it's not showing here. So I don't know what's happened. They don't repeat, of course, and it happened here, but I should see it again. Because it's in another scan. I should see it in the other scan. So I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna have to check it. Now I see that RZLV really tried. Can you give it to me? You haven't changed it. I think what I'm going to have to do is go into the individual scans again and put the don't repeat on the individual scans again. See, I'm noticing it's not here. All right, thank you, Pepe. Let's see what it looks like. You may have got a different. So this is the repeating version. But don't I have to? Because again, you know what I'm trying to do. Well, you showed me months ago, because typically the multi-strategy window, and if you put don't repeat here, then you're only going to. But I want to see the stock if it hits another scan. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go into mine and just see. Maybe I got it. I have to have it somewhere I know. Yeah. Oh well, I can see right off the bat. Am I wrong, Pepe? I thought each individual scan you had to have the don't repeat on. Yeah, so I'm seeing right here, I don't have the don't repeat, and yet it was definitely working before like last week. All right, unless there's a version. I know I'm talking to myself. I'm sorry, guys. Let me give me a moment here. I mean, is it possible that it went in and got rid of? Yeah, there it is. There's the don't repeat on so each one of them. Well, I don't know what happened to mine. Thank you again. Don't know what happened to mine. Why the don't repeat was not added to the individual scans. Now, what I have to do is duplicate this. No, I know that's what I did, but every one of them didn't seem to have it. And certainly the last one, the very last one that I would have saved would have had it. It doesn't make sense to me that it wouldn't. But this is yours. Yeah. So when I do, so the last one should. I mean, November 17th. I mean, that's the last time I ever did anything. I mean, I would have. I'm sure I would have saved it. Maybe I didn't save it. Maybe I broke all my rules because it's definitely not there. All right. Well, I'll have to. I'll work on it. But thank you. I mean, obviously, if they don't repeat, that works, and I'm going to have to do something on this one, I guess. When you say it was there, well, there are a bunch of them. Yeah, there were a bunch of them. DR. Yeah, here they all are. Don't repeat. But you would think the last one would have been the one I would have saved. Well, I did. Well, I thought I did. If I didn't, then I'm completely. Oh, you see, no, don't repeat. You mean go back one? Oh, you mean back here? Oh, there it is. You're right. There it is in the don't repeat. So even though it's not here, ah, interesting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can see how tired I am. I mean, that's so obvious. We're going to take a little break around the holiday season, guys. That's for sure. My wife is after me, so probably I think Christmas Eve is, I want to say that's Tuesday. I think Christmas Day is, no, maybe Christmas Eve is Wednesday. Christmas Day is Thursday. So I will be probably taking off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Christmas Day, of course, it's closed, but yeah. So Wednesday's the 24th, Thursday's the 25th. So I'll probably take Friday off. Maybe Wednesday also. Full days on Christmas Eve, right? There's no half day, not a half day, full day. The room will be open. The room will be open. If you stocks, yes, everybody's telling me Christmas Eve is Wednesday. Christmas Day is Thursday. Yes. Eve is a half day. It's a half day on the market. I mean, I know I could look it up. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll. Well, I hate half days anyway, so gives me another excuse not to come in. Yeah. So you cannot have you can have stocks on Hinge. You cannot have both of them up. Okay. So the question is, you have TI Pro, but if you open TI 360, yeah, it doesn't just pause; it stops. You cannot have them both up and running at the same time. Well, you know what? Are you if you're in the room tomorrow, stocks on Hinge at between 12 and 1, you can relay that very sentiment to Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade ID. Okay, you get an opportunity to ask him why. Well, don't mess. You can. He'll be in the room. He'll be between 12 and, well, it depends if maybe it's not conducive for you being in the room, but he'll be in the room between 12 and 1 tomorrow in the YouTube room, Eastern time. So here's your opportunity. I know there was talk. Let me just give me a moment. Well, I've just asked the question, stocks unhinged. Okay, just ask the question, not to him. I mean, but in the marketing meetings to see if it's come up, and I'm sure I read something about it a long time ago. I don't know if it's an issue. I mean, it may sound crazy, but it's like having two subscriptions, and it might be an exchange issue. I don't know. They would say, "Hey, that's two subscriptions." the question I'm trying to answer in our YouTube or having discussion in our YouTube room, having, here's my, obviously the downloadable application, and then going to Market Scope and having that open at the same time, live, live data. And you can't do that. So I'll stick around. I know it's 2 o'clock. I'll stick around to see if anybody answers. Okay. Well, guys, AMCI is still kind of hanging in there. It hasn't given it up completely. I mean, it's been a very choppy action on the 2 minute chart. Very choppy action on the 2 minute chart and even the 5. I still have a price alert at the high of the day, which is around 15. That's when I was looking at shorting earlier on in the day. That was tandem. I didn't do it. Sometimes you got to have a lot of patience on these. But look what, from 22.67 down to 22. That's a nice little move. Well, they them trades January. I hope you go through the spell checker next time. Whoa! I'm seeing here. That's right. I'm seeing here that Christmas Eve it's closed. These are the closures, closed, not just half a day. Unless that's what they're talking about, closing early 1 p.m. on the day before and after these holidays. But it is definitely, at least it's definitely only surprised it just doesn't say half day, but it says close on December 24th. I don't believe that. Yeah, 1 PM. Yeah. So they were just lazy. They put close there, but it's not. Yeah. So that's definitely okay. So half a day on the Wednesday. You saw what it said though, Pepe. You did see it. Uh, Stocks unhinged. I still don't have an answer yet. Nobody's responded. Again, I'll just hang around to see if I'm just asking the other traders who attend all the marketing meetings. I don't do that anymore. I used to, and just asking them, has there been any talk about that lately? AMCE. You know, it looks like it's just kinda getting, poised here. I mean, it looks I'd have to shrink this up. I mean, that they're a little looks a little nicer now. But, some volume coming in, and then right there. All right, okay. Chris is answering me stock sign, so there has not been any talk lately about it. And then look at that. Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at that. You know what the problem is? I'm sure that people were thinking, okay, maybe it's going to get going. I'll take a little bit here. And then all of a sudden, it goes from 13.39 down to 11.89, like a $2 or $1.50 drop in a heartbeat. Okay, there's no talk at all. So about having Market Scope and the app open at the same time. So tomorrow, no excuses. If you're around 12 between 12 and 1, ask the CEO of Trade Ideas that very question. I know Pepe is yeah, a mini spit take. That's so ugly, guys. I mean, that's just so ugly. I wonder if they're announced the financing or something. All right, guys. Well, if there are no more questions, I think I will take off. If there are questions, I'll hang around. William, we will keep the main room open until at least 3:45-ish. Okay, that's what he said he'll do. So the main room is open. For those of you on YouTube who still want to talk stocks with other traders, if you go to my homepage, because I do have to shut YouTube down completely. Go to my homepage. Oh, okay. Chief Chief Eric Grant. Okay. First time in the room. Purchased last night, made back half of my monthly price without knowing much about the product. So I got to ask a question. Seriously. I mean, you don't have to answer. If you didn't know much about the product, what made you buy it? And I'm sure you're just month to month. You just took out a month, you didn't take out an annual, right? It's always intrigued by if you don't know much about the product, why would anybody buy it? But what intrigued you about it that made you buy it, even though you didn't know enough about it? But I'm glad you made, and obviously, yeah, you're month to month, so I'm glad you made that after. And look at this. I mean, look at this AMC now. AMC. Okay, so you had a bit of an idea. Okay. Well, in case you don't know, you may or may not want these, but you can take a look at the scanners and things that I'm sharing. I don't know if you've seen this before, but if you click on my homepage link, and if you scroll down and click on this, the custom scans, they're not all technically scans, okay? But you can take a look at these. This is the gap continuation or reversal is right here. The mover to the upside versus movers to the downside is right there. Pulse resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down to identify the big movers either to the upside or to the downside. A couple others, momentum scan, and Pepe's combo scan. I don't have them up and running, but they're still probably worthwhile looking at if you're new, just to see what they look like. Then I have a couple of races. I don't know if you've even seen the races the race idea. You can take a look. This is a large cap race versus so if you're looking for large cap stocks versus another race that is very volatile, wide open. So I don't know, it depends on your trading style and all, but it is there for you if you want. Oh, okay. Excellent. Well, good for you if you're just starting out and you really didn't know too much. I'm sorry, I gotta interrupt myself. I mean, look at the nonsense. I mean, how many people would have, maybe taken this AMCI on a bit of a break about that 1330, and then got crashed as it moved down to 1187, and then it's right back up. I mean, so anyway, those of you who are still in YouTube, if you want to come over to the main room, you can do so. Just click on my homepage link and trading room. Okay, it's free. They're both free, but there's just more action in the room. All right, and that room will be open till 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. So before I wrap all this up, the main room, that room will be open at around 6:45 tomorrow a.m. Eastern time. I'll open YouTube at around 8:30. I'll get on the mic in both rooms at 9 o'clock. So late for me. Well, I live in Vancouver, Canada. So thank you, Obi, for opening the room at 6:45 your time instead of my having to open at 3:45 my time. Well, actually, I wouldn't be doing it. Okay, guys. So if there are no more questions, I'm going to mute myself now in the main room. Now, I am going to load the development version of Trade Ideas, so the screen will disappear for a bit. Okay, but I'll bring it back up. I'll leave my scans on until until 3:45 until somebody closes the room. Okay, but I'm going to load the development version of Trade Ideas. So now I'm going to end the stream in YouTube.